All right, thanks, Coleman. All right, now we're live streaming, so I will again call this meeting to order, and I'll start with the roll call. I'm Joshua Stegner, I'm present. Andrea LaFleur,
Present.
thank you. And then, yes, just as a reminder, don't forget to unmute yourself. Talia Henry.
Present.
Now we're live streaming, so I will again call this meeting to order, and I'll start with the roll call. I'm Joshua Stegner, I'm present. Andrea LaFleur.
Present.
And then, Talia Henry.
Present.
You got that? We good? Okay, thanks. We'll try this again. I think I was at Dory Burnett.
Present.
Thank you, Dory. Sarah Hayworth.
Present.
Thank you, Sarah. And Dina Keesis is not able to make it this evening. Administration, we have Denise Burchett,
Present.
Truth Newbay,
Present.
and I know Craig Wilson is also unable to make it. His stand-in will be here a little bit later. We'll move on to the next item, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you could, please all stand with me. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're going to need an approval of the agenda for tonight. I'm going to ask, though, if we could move our item number 12 to, which is our closed session item, to the beginning of the meeting or right before item number 11. If so, if I could get a motion to approve the agenda with that change.
I motion to approve the agenda, moving closed session up after item 10.
Thank you. Could
I second.
Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nay? Any abstain? All right, the agenda is approved with the changes noted. The next item we'll need is an approval of the minutes from the June 29th meeting.
I motion to approve the agenda
That's the minutes.
or the minutes. I'm sorry. I second.
Thank you. Then we'll vote again. All in favor of approving the minutes from the June 29th meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Any abstain? The minutes from the June 29th meeting are approved. Our next item is communication from the public. I have one who would like to speak. Is it Brienne? Brienne? Come on up. You'll have 3 minutes. Terry, I'm not sure if you have a clock ready to go. And when you're ready, we'll start the clock, or when you start speaking, we'll start the clock.
So my inquiry is just regarding our approved COLA in June. It was an estimated COLA before we went to break. I was unable to attend the meeting because it was outside of my payable hours and I was out of the state. It's everything that I have researched regarding the matter. I mean, Social Security got an 8.7% COLA increase. I got less than a 3% raise, which from my understanding is my step raise. And I heard through the grapevine that our superintendents or our directors did not get their raises approved either. But where are our funds going? So if the state has allocated gap funding for us through the bill that was passed several years ago, in addition to our 8.2%, why are we not tracking this? Why are we on the bottom line that if without facilitators, we probably wouldn't have the same Gorman LC that we have, due to that is our lure, that we have a resource center here for our students. And that's why people come here versus Blue Ridge and things of that nature. And so while I'm working on my credential and it is a benefit to work here without my credential, we have to recognize what we're asking of facilitators and what they are providing and what you guys are compensating them with. I could make more working at a fast food joint. But I'm here because I love the kids. And so it's just something to think about. And that's all I wanted to find out, how we're checks and balancing that type of situation to ensure that those of us that are on the ground lines working with our students are, you know, benefiting from the resources provided by the state.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? All right. I'm going to move to comments from board members concerning any items not on the agenda.
I just wanted to talk for a moment, if that's okay. I went to the PDD meeting, and I am super stoked. There's just a lot of positivity amongst the teachers and the staff, and it was really exciting to hear about everybody's plans for the new year. And all the changes that were just really positive. One of the things that I heard about was there's some reorganization and streamlining of like paperwork and things. So that's really, really good. It will help on the communication front. I also, there was one more thing. I just wanted to shout out to all the staff because I know that there's been a lot of changes and everybody's adapting really quickly and very well. And we have a few new people in key roles, key positions, and their ideas are just, it's going to be a really, really good year. And I'm just really excited. And I just wanted to acknowledge that all the hard work that went into the PDD meeting and getting ready for this school year. And I also wanted to say that the Instagram and Facebook and website changes are amazing. If the public has not checked that out, they should. And I'm just really excited. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrea, and thanks for attending that PDD. I'll say I was at new student orientation here this week, Monday and Tuesday, and that was really encouraging. They made me basically a stop on the whole tour. So everybody had to come talk to me and get my signature that they talked to somebody from the board, which I wasn't quite expecting, but Jem did a great job. I'll just say that I got so many comments from folks just noting how organized they felt it was, how well done it was. So just thanks for all the folks here. I assume the orientations at the other resource centers went just as well. But I know that the team here did a great job. So I'm really pleased with that. And I met a lot of families. They're excited to continue to do this. I will say, it seems like a majority of our families at this point, at least the ones I spoke to at orientation, are new-ish to Gorman within the last 2 years. I would say there was a really big amount of families who said this was like their second or third year. So it seems a bit of a different demographic than what we've had in years past. But a lot of, really committed families that brought their students. And so it's great meeting them. So thanks again for having me at orientation, and good job. Anybody else?
It was brought to my attention that the AVRC third grade teacher hasn't been hired yet and that students have been waitlisted. I'm sure everyone is working very hard to rectify that, but is there any update on that at this point?
Well, I don't have an update because I didn't know that. So what we can do is I can double check and find out where we're at in the hiring process. You know, there's a lot of things that go through that process. Sometimes when they do their fingerprinting, that doesn't always come back right away. So I'll check for you.
So yeah, so it's just a hang up that's probably going to be solved soon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
sure.
great. Good to hear.
Anything else? Comments? Okay. We'll move on to our consent agenda then. If there are any questions or anything from the consent agenda that needs to be pulled, we can talk about those. Otherwise, we'll approve that consent agenda.
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Any nay? Any abstain? Okay, the consent agenda is approved. We'll move to report and communication from our executive director and chief business officer.
Okay, hi, everyone. I went to PDD as well, and it really was amazing. I agree with Andrea. It was really one of the best ones. Everybody there was just happy to be back. The smiles on their faces, just happy to see each other and, even meet each other. It's the only time when all the staff really get to actually see someone face to face that they may have emailed with, like especially in our business office. So and all the presenters were really great. So it was a really good one. And then the only other thing I have to share is that in July, the governor signed Senate Bill 114. And that was the bill that gave us a 1-year extension on your charter school renewal. So now Gorman's charter renewal date is now June 30th of 2028. So we got another year, but that doesn't mean we're gonna, not stop what we're doing. The team is really working hard on charter renewal and planning to have everything done early so that, we're not waiting. We're not going to wait till 2028. That's all I have.
Denise, on that Senate bill renewal, does that affect the resource center grandfathered in? Do you know?
As long it's grandfathered in, as long as when the date comes up for renewal. So no, it doesn't affect it. It still stays grandfathered in until 2028.
So it extended the time frame
Yes.
of where it's grandfathered, and that included the resource centers.
Yes.
Okay.
Denise, I'm sorry, can you tell me what was the number for that again?
Okay, so it's Senate Bill 114. And if you want to look into it, look up Education Code Section 47607.4. So it's an amendment to that education code.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Truth.
Nothing to report this time around.
All right, thank you. Okay, then with the change to our agenda, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session at this point. I think we'll go ahead and maybe head over to the conference room. Let everybody else stay here.
Coleman, can you not see the screen? What was the issue? Let's see.
Yeah, okay. Making sure we didn't. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start reconvene our meeting. We're back from closed session at 7:14 PM. We're gonna report out from closed session. We have one item to report out. The board has approved the resignation of Dr. Saunders, the interim executive director, and has approved a separation agreement related to Dr. Saunders' remaining contractual time and benefits. We want to thank Dr. Saunders for his service and believe the matter resolved at this point. So our next item will be item 11A. That's the review, discussion, and approval of board officer roles. We'll go ahead and start talking about those. We have the 4 officer roles: president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. And we'll need to decide on each of those. So just to give a little background, typically we would move our vice president into the role of president and then decide on the other roles. Currently, we don't have a board treasurer. Andrea is our board vice president, and she's been included in a lot of the conversations and a lot of the work that I've done over the last year. She's actually chaired, I think, 1 or 2 of our meetings. And so my recommendation would be to ask her to take the role of board president. We can start with that and then work our way down. But I would need a nomination.
I nominate Andrea for board president.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dory. Then we'll go ahead and vote for Andrea to become the board president. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? And any abstain? Thank you. So that is approved. Andrea, you are our new board president. Congratulations. At this point, I'll yield the meeting over to you to work on the next 3, to discuss the next 3.
Hello, thank you very much for your guys' nomination and your faith in me. So we will review and discuss the board vice presidency. Generally, like with board president, we try to have people that are experienced. Talia has been our board secretary now for 2 years. I've worked closely with her as the board's vice president. So she knows a lot of the procedures and things. So my suggestion would be Talia for board vice presidency, but that needs to be discussed, or nomination needs to be put forward. So if anybody would like to do that now.
I will nominate Talia for our vice president.
I'll second.
Okay, congratulations, Talia. You are now the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I guess you do have to accept it too. No.
I
So-
accept the nomination.
So I guess now we vote. So all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any noes or nays? Any abstains?
I think I'll abstain.
Okay, and the ayes have it. Congratulations, Talia. You are board vice president. Now board secretary. Talia just moved from board secretary to board vice president. See, so now that is open. I know that Sarah has talked about showing an interest in becoming a board officer. Does that position interest you, Sarah?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I have maybe a thought or a suggestion. I expect that we'll have 3 new board members nominated tonight, and maybe that would be a position we could speak. I don't think we need a secretary. Zach might maybe. I don't want to speak.
We do need to prepare minutes. And that is
Okay.
generally a duty delegated to the secretary.
Okay,
However, if the board does agree to proceed sans secretary, there would need to be a motion to have or assign or delegate one of the board members to prepare minutes
we'll take care
of the intervening meetings going forward.
until the secretary's appointed.
Correct.
I just thought we could consider any of the new candidates maybe at our next meeting or second meeting once. you know,
Perfect. Okay,
that.
so can Talia, because she was our board secretary and she's been our minute taker and signer. So can she continue in those duties?
If she would like to volunteer to do so, and the board accepts her her ability to do so, then yeah, there's no problem with Talia preparing minutes for this board meeting.
I would be willing to continue in the secretary role until we get new board members and they're willing to take on that role.
Do I have to motion to approve that? Or,
Yes.
okay, so a motion to approve Talia as
let
a
me-
temporary board.
Let me
secret-
make.
Okay, yeah.
I'll move to, just to approve Talia keeping and documenting our minutes until the secretary is approved. I'm moving to do that.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Oh, we need to vote.
Do I need to
All the-
accept that first?
Yeah, all the ayes. Does anybody vote yes?
Aye.
I,
Any nays? Any abstains?
I abstain.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Talia will fill in for board secretary. Do we-
Let's talk about treasure.
So now review discussion of board treasurer. As Josh pointed out, we will have new board members. Right now, we currently do not have a board treasurer. So I assume that we can just table that discussion until we have more board members.
I'm willing to offer my service in that role until such time as I'm no longer able to serve on the board or the board chooses a different treasurer.
Okay.
I second that.
So is that a nomination? Do you
No,
nominate
I can
yourself or
nominate
do,
myself.
okay, so do I
just wanted
ask
to-
for a
just wanted to
nomination?
offer that, yes.
Okay,
My
so-
willingness.
I'm taking there's nominations. So would anybody like to
Yeah,
nominate
I
Josh?
think Josh would do a great job as the board treasurer for time being, so I would like to nominate him. Or
Okay. So Dory seconds that and. Okay, so we're gonna take a vote. All the yays or yeses,
I,
any noes? Any abstains?
I'll abstain.
Okay, and the ayes have it. Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, now moving to item B, review, discussion and approval of new board member appointments, and that is presented by Josh.
Thank you, Madam President. We have three candidates for board, up for board approval tonight. We've spoken to each of these candidates, so Talia and Andrea and I have reviewed the candidates. We've spoken to the candidates and they all, I think will make great board members. There's a variety of experience, passion I saw across the board, and Talia, feel free to add anything about this, but without going into too much more detail, I don't think it would really matter, but I would recommend, I think we all three would recommend the acceptance of all three of these candidates. So Amber Solorzano, Leanna McKnight, and Angela Helton have all been have all applied, and I would recommend their nomination and appointment to board member. You have anything to add, Talia? What is that?
Oh, it was just very heartening to have such exemplary candidates as these three.
Yes, Angela Helton.
Any questions? Okay,
Do
Oh.
we need to, do you think we need to approve these individually? All as a whole?
I don't,
Were these board members interviewed as a committee? Was this a committee interview process, or was this individual actions by the board members?
It was the last board. I'm not sure even the name of the committee, but yes.
Then you can adopt it via a slate. If
Okay.
there'd already been activity to interview and approve these individuals.
Yeah.
So you would present it as the full names of the 3 proposed members upon a motion, and that can be adopted as a slate.
Okay. So then I propose that we nominate and appoint following 3 board members. These are the recommendations of the board member appointment committee: Amber Solorzano, Liana McKnight, and Angela Helton. That is what I suggest.
okay, any questions? All right, then can I get a motion to approve 3 new board members?
I move to approve 3 new board members.
I second that.
Okay, motion approved. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can we please vote? Can everybody say aye? Who wants to say aye?
I,
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, next up, item C, review, discussion, and approval of board meeting calendar for the 2023-2024 school year. If I could get a motion to approve, if there's no questions.
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any nays? Any abstains? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, next up. Item D, review and discussion of MOU with Santa Clarita Community College District. That's going to be presented by Olivia Duran.
Olivia, is this new? This with College of the Canyons, or is this a renewal or?
Is this online? And it's to all the students, not just the Santa Clarita?
When you say the textbooks are like included, are you saying that that parents can use their funds.
So
or-
if there is a textbook, just like if we were to use dual enrollment courses, the students' EUs will pay for those college textbooks if they need a textbook at the community college. So with this MOU, it's the same thing, but when we spoke with them, the administrators there at College of the Canyon, a majority of the textbooks are now digital. So they're all housed. So really there's no EUs that will be using or being spent for the classes. But if it is, then it would come out of the student budgets. And then if that's it, then I'll bring it back next time for approval if you guys didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next item, item E, review, discussion, and approval of consolidated application by Tamara Campbell.
Okay. Hopefully short and sweet. Good evening. Thank you for having me. So if you could just scroll down a little bit. Yeah, go to where it has like the grid. Yep, next page right there. Yep. Yeah. Well, you guys all have it on your computer, right? So the consolidated application for funding is done twice a year. So the funding portion, when we apply for funding for federal programs, is in the summertime, and it's called the spring release. And it's a application that's prepared by the fiscal department, and I work with them to complete this, and then it's certified by our executive director. So if you have questions along the way, just let me know. But this lists out the different certifications that need to be done by the executive director. Can you scroll down? Just keep kind of going a little bit further. Yep. No. No, keep going, keep going. Okay, right there. Go back up. Sorry. I need like the mouse or something so I could do it. There's when you apply for federal funding, you have to certify specific assurances that the schools are going to abide by state and federal law. And all of those things come into play if we have a federal program monitoring. So every year the CDE announces if schools are going to be federal program monitored. So all these pieces come into play, and we have to sign off saying we're abiding by the law. And the first one is the protected prayer certification statement. So if you have any questions about that, I don't know if you all had an opportunity to kind of read through this before tonight. So you can go ahead and go to the next one. If you can go down to the next grid. Let's see, keep going. No, keep going. Keep going. Oh, right there. So we do, there's two documents in here. One is for GLC, one is for SBSC. So we do qualify for Title I funding. Title II funding is for professional development. Title III, this particular one is for immigrant students. So GLC has 4 students. This shows you the amount of money that we are applying for, that we qualify for. So for GLC, I think it's 460? I can't see it from here. And then SBSC, we have 14 immigrant students, and it's like 1,000 something. Title I apportionment that we get every year, that's decided by the state depending on how many students that we have that are low income. So Title II, so we get Title I, Title II, Title IV. We don't qualify for Title III EL because we have a small population of English learners. And you could go down to the next one. Let's see. Go back up to the substitute system. These are just all the assurances. Timekeeping is an important part of this. Is a Truth probably knows from his auditing days. When we accept federal funding, we have to do timekeeping. So not only do like our staff, whoever works for our federal programs, have to also do a timekeeping system. So that's another piece to the federal application. I think we'll go down. Yep. Okay, go right back up to the last one. Yeah, a little further up. Yep. Nope. No, you're good. Just go just up a little bit or pull the screen down. Yeah. Okay, I think we're in SBSC. Is that SBSC? Yeah. Okay. If you have any questions, I can hopefully answer those, but during this time, so this is submitted and so Denise, I think Denise already certified, and then the consolidated application for funding, we report out in the springtime what we actually spent. One of the pieces that I wanted to mention on Title I funding is we do reserve a specific percentage of our Title I funds for our homeless. And I just wanted to give you all an update on our population for homeless is rising, just to kind of have that on your radar. So we're putting a lot of things in place for that population. So, but any questions about the Con App? If you don't have any questions, I just ask for the board to approve the GLC and SBSC consolidated application for federal funding.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Under this stuff, does like the free lunch program, does that fall under this stuff?
We don't qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, as a directly independent charter, independent study charter.
Okay.
Good question.
Any other questions? Okay, then can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Okay, motion approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and next, we will be discussing forming a finance committee. There has been conversation in the past about forming a finance committee. We had one. We need to have another one for this year. So I guess, is there anybody interested in being on the finance committee?
I would be interested in being on the finance committee.
Treasurer?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be part of the finance committee. I think per the bylaws, I can't be the chair of the finance committee or in charge of the finance committee, but I'd be happy to, it'd be good to serve on it. And that's another one. Maybe we'll ask some of the new board members too, if they're that's within their wheelhouse, unless anybody else would like to. I think with the new board members, we'd be at 9, so we could have up to 4.
Can we approve a finance committee with just 2 people or 3 people? How many people does it have to be?
I don't know about the number, but I'm showing, or I'm not seeing that this is a discussion and approval item. It's a discussion item. So I'm not really sure if we even could approve it at this point. Maybe we bring it back next meeting. It's not agendized for approval.
Okay. So, can I say that there's 2 people committed and that we'll bring it back next?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Talia and Josh have committed to being on a finance committee whenever that is formed. And we'll add that to the agenda for next board meeting. For a board discussion for
So I was just saying, just for even informational purposes, the idea of the finance committee is great. I'm just saying, maybe in addition to like the discussion, having the finance committee like functions, right? What they're kind of responsible for, so that even the entire board can be aware of what
Okay.
their role will be.
So would you, because you are
Yeah.
our CBO, so, I mean, are you saying that you would like to give a small presentation of what you would like to share, or?
Not necessarily, if it's up to the board, if you want me to, I can do that, but I was just gonna say, I can work in conjunction with you or Josh or Talia, right? And kind of give some of the functions for you guys to actually look at, so that, because the thing with committees is you always want to be careful in terms of what the role is, as opposed to end up doing the day-to-day functions of the organization.
Okay,
But that's what I said, just saying for the consideration, nothing serious, but it's something I can share with you guys ahead of time. And then we talk about it and then bring it to the board.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take the lead on that as far as presenting. We'll work together, present, and then actually approve a committee at the next meeting or soon.
perfect. Okay, is there any questions or anything about that? Okay, then we're gonna move forward. Item G, review, discussion, and approval of short-term staff permits, and that will be presented by Keisha.
Good evening, board members. Today I wanted to talk a little bit about the shortage that we continue to have with our teachers that are credentialed. As you probably know, this is a industry-wide issue that's occurring right now, where there aren't enough credentialed teachers to fill available spots. And we are trying to utilize all of the available resources so that we can continue to enroll students who wish to join our Gorman family. There is a short-term staff permit process that will allow us to hire individuals who are working towards their credential, but are not yet credentialed teachers. In order to do this, we do need to get our paperwork provided, which is the declaration of need, which if you scroll up a little bit, you'll be able to see those numbers. So the declaration of need is our first step. For each school, there's a different declaration of need form that will need to be submitted that will give us authorization to go ahead and hire additional staffing to fill those roles for teachers who we have not been able to fill. Right now, we have a current need for 13 PLTs because our current PLT staff is taking on additional students, and those students would be able to be taken off of that additional roster and placed with one individual PLT. So if this is approved tonight, we can submit this paperwork next week. And we've already put things in place on our website, also with career centers at universities, so that once this is signed and submitted, we are already in the process of being able to recruit from those sources. So we would like to do this as soon as possible, again, because we do have a need for 13 right now. And we are asking for additional authorization to allow us to continue to enroll students because we are seeing a need that exceeds our projections that we had. And we anticipate having more families wanting to join. And this will help us to be proactive and already having the authorization to hire additional PLTs. Any questions about the short-term staff permits?
I have a question. I'm not sure how to word this, so like,
No worries.
So I know that the staffing issue got brought up by the board last year about, did we have enough people hired and things like that? So I guess my question is this a shortcoming in our planning, or is this something that just came up unexpected? I mean, like what?
No, we're on target based on our projections. We projected low, if you recall last year, but we have had an influx of families who are interested in Gorman. And so as those families are doing their pre-enrollments, our numbers we are seeing are going to be more likely higher than what we projected. And that's why we are now trying to fill those roles so that we won't have to turn any families away. So we projected low, but our enrollments are coming in at a faster pace than we projected.
So then we're fully staffed for what we projected.
Correct.
Is this for both schools?
For both schools.
Okay, wait, hold on. So if we're fully staffed for what we projected, then Talia brought up during open session that there's a third grade position or something that has no, like, there's no teacher for.
So yes, so that could be because someone left after they signed their contract and now we're backfilling after the summertime. Like Denise was saying, there could be, without me having my information in front of me, it's hard for me to answer that question. But teachers will sign a contract where we're fully staffed, but then something happens over the summer, they decide to leave. So now we're backfilling that person. And depending on fingerprints and background investigations, that could take you beyond the start of school. So you would not have a person in that place. That's where we have to then put students with PLTs who are already in existence. So they may have a 25 student roster, but now they'll go up to 30. Because we're trying to place students with current PLT so that we don't have to turn any families away. Exactly.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Keisha, but the third grade teacher, that's actually a facilitator, this is pertaining to PLT.
This is PLTs only.
Oh, PLTs only. Okay. Okay.
That's just, she was talking about is where the teacher takes up to 30 or above. Those are placeholders basically until we get a teacher hired who will take those students on. So this way we can keep enrolling them and then our current PLTs will keep them until we get the new teacher on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, if there are no other questions, I would ask for the board to approve the declaration of need for both GLC and for SPSC.
I motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? Okay, motion approved. Thank you so much, Keisha.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will move to review and discussion of strategic plan. If I could get Jana.
Hi, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me okay. It's nice to be with all of you. So I had the honor of sitting in on some strategic planning conversations that the board was holding with our executive director and being the scribe. So I took notes on all of it. So tonight I'll be presenting to you what the board's strategic planning committee came up with. So over the course of the last year, they worked together to create a new template for the upcoming planning cycle. So this last year was the final year of a 3-year strategic planning cycle, and a new one is about to start. So in anticipation of that and kind of thinking through best practices, examining other schools' templates for organizing their information, the board committee came up with a new template that will help organize ideas and work together. We'll talk a little more about that point in just a moment. Also, the board wanted to integrate the different processes we have in place for strategic planning. So one of the things that kind of became evident is that the board was going through their own strategic planning cycle. Administration and all of the administrative team were working through a type of a strategic planning as well. And then we were adding in, we already had an advisory council, but this last year we had 2 advisory councils. So it started raising some questions like, how do all of these pieces fit together? So the board strategic planning committee started to kind of work together to see what that might look like and how that could look in a way that was understandable and accessible to all of those different areas that are involved in strategic planning. So we're going to show you a graphic that came out of that. In fact, Terry, if you'd like to go ahead and go to the next slide, we can show that graphic. And I apologize for anybody in the room with us now. That's so small, you won't see it. So I'm going to highlight the broad strokes of what's available, but this document is available to you if you'd like to be able to see it at a closer level. Before we go into what's actually on the slide, I want to draw your attention to the bottom right. So the key on the bottom right shows the dark blue area being the board, the light blue or kind of greenish area being staff, and underneath that, the yellow is educational partners. So even visually, we were trying to show that the board focuses on the big picture kind of value statement sections of strategic planning. The staff is the mechanism that Gorman has in place to kind of put teeth to those values. Like, how will we support those values? What does that actually look like? So underneath those blue broad picture or broad settings, which the board is referring to as pillars, the academic pillars, underneath that, we have kind of these subcategories that are the way that Gorman intends to fulfill these values or these missions. And then underneath that, the yellow section that you see feeding into kind of the bigger supports are the educational partner input, which is happening at all different levels. That's happening with staff, with parents, with students, through our advisory councils and those types of things. So the heart behind this document is to be able to have a visual that kind of travels through all those different areas that are participating in strategic planning, to make sure that everyone understands where their input falls as it kind of makes its way through the strategic planning process. So that everyone's kind of on the same page. So one of the things that the board wanted to focus on in terms of these pillars, there were several discussions that occurred over the last year on if we were to, you could pick any number of categories. There's no set rule that it has to be this many or that many, but the board, when I say the board, I'm abbreviating for the strategic planning committee because I recognize I'm presenting to the board. But the committee had talked through what are 4 areas that would best encapsulate the functionality of Gorman, or the heart and value of Gorman. So at the very top, you see the mission statement there. My eyes are changing, so I have to look at it up close too. But our mission is that Gorman offers a personalized program of study by focusing on challenging academic standards and forming partnerships between dedicated professionals and families. It emphasizes individualized student learning plans driven by interest, innovation, and flexibility. So that's that big top blue bar that you see there. And then the 4 pillars that are underneath that are 1, and in no particular order. So you almost want to look at this as like an aerial shot looking down from above. You've got academic excellence. You have the family, home, and education support as the second. The third being organizational sustainability, and the 4th being engagement. So the hope is that all of the functions of Gorman, all the departments, all the things that we do can fit somewhere on or in support of those 4 pillars. Underneath academic excellence on the top left, you see those 4 green boxes underneath that. We have curriculum, college and career readiness, assessments, and support from professional staff, all being driven by the vertical bar there. All throughout is the actions of staff on the green and the green boxes, and on the yellow side, educational partner input. So that's kind of throughout. If you move over to the second pillar for family, home, education support, we have parent and guardian training, or parental and guardian training. We have the PLT relationships, community resources, and network resources. Bottom left for organizational sustainability, the subcategories there are fiscal responsibility, operational effectiveness, marketing, and compliance. And on the bottom right, we have engagement. And the 4 categories supporting engagement are parents and guardians, students, staff, and community, and the way that each of those pieces need to engage with our network in order to have a strong organization. And then the final thing that the committee collaborated on together were to create value statements associated with each pillar. So for academic excellence, they stated that we value students achieving academic success through a learning plan modeled around their distinctive strengths and learning styles. For family home education support, the value statement is we value a collaborative community where families are supported by resources, training, and industry professionals to create a vibrant learning environment for all students. For organizational sustainability, we said we value and prioritize excellent operational practices and data-driven decision-making for a thriving organization. And finally, for engagement, we said we value open communication, collaboration, and participation from all educational partners. So with all of that, if you want to go to the final slide, Terry, the next step. So the real goal again of this strategic planning committee was to learn from all that has happened in the past and set up the next team in the best possible way to build from there and to move forward. So as we have a new executive director coming on and kind of the transition away from the old plan, it's really a perfect opportunity to start a new strategic plan. And so what this committee's done is created kind of a blank slate, but with a bit of structure behind it, where this structure can be utilized to inform all kinds of processes. So it looks like I added a statement after the slide, so I'll just go ahead and summarize here. But some of the places that this template can be used that the board came up with. So what I just showed you was the graphic kind of summarizing the process. But in addition to that, there is a template that the board committee agreed on to just kind of help organize information on the backside to kind of set those goals and keep metrics on how progress is being made towards those goals. At this point, that's all going to be turned over to the executive director to be able to determine what that looks like. So the big broad categories are there. And now the board is kind of gifting that over to the next phase of the process, which is to the executive director and their administrative team to figure out what that looks like. And so with good planning, which is definitely, I think, what was the heart behind even our LCAP process and the ongoing WASP process that's happening, is how can we integrate processes in such a way that we're not reinventing the wheel every time we have a new document or state requirement coming through. So if we can organize well on the front end, then as different requirements are made or different requests are made from us, we'll have a single pool to come from and pull the relevant details out of. And I believe Olivia said that the name of that will be our school improvement plan. It's just a straight. Okay. So it's not fancy. It's a school strategic plan, but I thought there was another name for it. So with that, I'll open it up to see if there's any comments or questions based on this closing out of the cycle for the 2020 to 2023 strategic planning.
I just wanted to say, because I've been on the strategic planning committee for a couple of years now. So I saw the ending of this last strategic plan, and I've been involved with the beginning of this new strategic plan. Denise did a really good job with the last strategic plan. I think like 98%, if not 100% of it was completed. It was actually quite shocking to see it so completed because, you know, these things are just constantly ongoing. And I just wanted to say that I feel really positive about this next strategic plan and just everybody that's been working hard on it. The committee's been very committed to just involving all the different entities of the school from, you know, like the parent advisory boards, knowing what we need for WASC and for LCAP, and just taking, you know, advice and comments from, you know, staff and stuff about what needs to be improved. And I think that this is going to be really, really good. The strategic plan will help lead to transparency, obviously, because we'll be able to actually see. So I look forward to the next presentation of the strategic plan. And I thank you, Jana, for doing such a wonderful job on the presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There's no other questions, right, guys? Okay. So moving on, we're going to go to review, discussion, and approval of the purchase of Promethean active panels for the resource centers, and that's by Chris Campbell.
How you guys doing? So what I have here is a proposal to purchase 20 Promethean panels for the resource centers, 10 for AV, 7 for SC, and 3 for RC. Here because the purchase is over 15,000 and we're using ESSER funds for it.
What do these panels do?
It's this right here. This is interactive panel. So it goes in a classroom, they're instructional aids. They're think of them as the next generation of the smartboard.
Any questions?
Chris, I was just looking at the quote for these panels. And I recognize these are ESSER funds. These are the magic funds that we have to use. So they
Magic
go
dollars.
away.
I mean, I did go out and get leasing information if that's what the way we wanted to do, and I presented it to Truth, the CBO,
Sure.
and Claudia, and this is the way.
It seems like it makes
It's not
sense if the
the-
money is gonna be like, if we can get it and we should
Yeah.
use it.
The resource
Uh,
centers have been asking for these for a number of years, so.
Yeah. I was just looking at the $500 per mount. I'll mount them for less than 500, but no, that was the only question I had was, and yeah, I don't know. Is that seems high, the mounting, if we talk to a contractor, but I guess if it's not our money and we don't spend it could-
I mean, the only other option was, I mean, I guess we could get the Promethean panels and then go out to get them mounted, but putting that on I didn't want to put that on our maintenance department
Right.
because then it's going to take longer. Not
I understand.
because of them, but it's going to take longer because of resources.
No, I understand. I'm just suggesting maybe we could look at contracting that out to somebody else. I don't know. It seems expensive to mount each one for 500. Potentially, if we were able to have somebody else mount it, maybe we could get a couple more screens or more laptops or use money for something else. If we could save some money on the mounting, I don't know. This is the company that's providing the quote on the boards doing the mounting.
Yeah.
Does it seem reasonable? The cost each one?
Well, you're factoring in, they're doing it. It's going to be quicker versus us trying to find someone else to come out and do it. If something were to go wrong with the mount, like it's crooked or it gets scratched, then they come out and do it. They replace if they scratch the screen during the install or something like that, they cover it versus if something happens when we cover it. Now, going out and finding someone to come mount it, I mean, it's the same company that mounted our cameras. So, I mean, we've used them before, so there is some familiarity there.
Is there a value in having them mounted versus having them sort of mounted on something portable like this?
Those are about $500
Okay.
at least.
So they're mounting on the wall?
Yeah, they're mounted on the wall.
Are these insured?
Who's it?
Sorry, these panels, are these panels insured?
Their warranty.
Does the installation do anything to the warranty?
If we install it,
Yeah.
so if we install and we mess them up when we install them, then yeah. That's why I wanted to keep it all on the company. I know from experience with the different company, I won't name the school district, but the company, not the company we're using, but they installed it, scratched a couple of the boards when they were installing it. And the company came out and repaired it themselves, replaced them. So that's what we have. I don't know if we get someone else to install them. Well, I'm assuming if we get someone else to install them, then that'll be part of the deal. Now, I don't know how much that'll be.
Would you rather have them installed than portable?
Well, this is on the resource center, so I think they preferred them installed on the walls. My understanding, and we do have resource center supervisor here, but my understanding is they don't like moving them around. I know at Redlands, they don't like moving them around.
Can I ask Can I ask?
Truth was wanting to
Oh.
add something about that. I don't know, maybe we just let.
No, I was gonna say, mounting is more secure because if it's on the wheels and all that, someone can easily break in and steal. That's my thinking. But I wanted to kind of like go back to what Josh was saying about the $500. Is it possible to negotiate with that company, right? Considering that, because you're saying they're the same people that mounted the cameras, right? And then considering that we've bought a number of Promethean boards from them, like, can we negotiate that 500 to 250 for the installation?
I mean.
I'm just saying.
It's possible.
the material amount, like the bracket?
Yeah, it includes everything.
Oh.
So the quote includes everything. So it's white glove. They mount it, they put it on the internet, like literally IT department and our facilities department doesn't have to do anything.
Can I ask a question about the funds we're using? I know that, I don't think that's a question for you, it might be for Denise, the ESSER funds. I've heard that ESSER funds could be used towards salaries. Is that accurate?
It depends, and it can't just be used for any salaries, but if you're bringing in, like, for example, right now, we're trying to, part of the ESSER funds you have to use for, paraprofessionals. You can pay your paraprofessionals out of that, so that's what we're doing with some of our paraprofessionals. So you have to use 10% of some of that funding towards paraprofessionals who are doing tutoring. You can use some for salaries, but you have to be very careful in how you do it. Reason being, when your funding is gone, can your school support still continuing to pay that salary? You know what I'm saying? So we have not really, you can't just use it for any kind of salary. It has to be a specific type of a position. Tutoring is probably the most common one that's used, so that's what we're focusing on.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, we are always advised not to spend one-time monies on things that eat.
Yeah.
As in, if you use monies to spend on ongoing expenses, once those one-time funds are gone, what do you do with those one-time expenses? Now you most probably either have to lay off people, or unless, of course, if something else or another grant or you get monies from somewhere else, then you can sustain that.
That makes perfect sense. And I think that means that we could maybe do stipend type, or not, like a one-time bump we were talking about at a previous board meeting, the possibility of doing a one-time, I don't know what you'd call it, a bonus or something for our teachers. Would that be a possibility with these funds?
It depends, like Denise is saying, it depends on what exactly it is. Because there's also reporting that comes with that. There's more to it than just maybe taking and just paying one-time funds.
So when we do the reporting, the state reporting on it, you have to show what the categories are, the percentage of that money that you've used every 3 months. We do the reporting. And so the categories are mostly focused on devices, technology, curriculum, tutoring, health and safety, because remember, this all came out of COVID. And so that's why, you were given this funding for, all those different things that had to do with COVID. So a lot of it was cleanliness and sanitation and COVID testing. So, we've been focusing those monies on those things that are in these categories. Technology is a big one. And so we've been spending a lot of it to upgrade our technology, which is why he's able to use the ESSER funds for this. ESSER funds are, some of them are running out by the end of September. So basically all that means is you have to have spent that specific fund by that date.
Are there any questions? Any other questions or concerns or anything?
Could you, like, okay, so if you're mounting them, that's gonna be a permanent fixture in the classroom. How are you deciding which classrooms are getting this? And are people gonna, are the teachers or resource, I guess it would be facilitators, right? Are they
So-
gonna be there to pick where it's mounted? Or do they just come in and mount them all on the weekend and then you arrive in your classroom and it's not where you would like it?
Well, so my part in this is the resource centers came to me and I went out and got the product. I don't care where they get mounted. Once they arrive, I'm assuming the resource center facilitator, supervisor, once they're with the resource center, it's up to them where it goes, where they want it. The company that installs it, they're not going to put it somewhere that's not safe. So that would be the only caveat, but you know, if they want it in a corner, it'll go in a corner. So it's all up to the resource center.
Thank you.
Is Jem here? Jem? Hi. Hey, can I ask you a question? Sure. How important is this to your resource center?
Wait, hold on. Let me get to the mic. Hey, good evening, guys. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Jim.
Okay, great. So I'll speak to this just for what I've seen so far in working with the staff and just hearing where they'd like to go with things. I think especially for our tutoring would be helpful. We have one area for tutoring. I'd like to expand that to 2 if possible. They've told me a lot about elementary and middle school, maybe being in one tutoring area, but possibly having a separate one for high school, just because the materials are so much different. That'd be great visual aids for these students. For math, I would say as well, would be important, and also for English as well. So that's where I would focus with that for having these Prometheans.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns?
Just one comment, Chris, as your sports secretary, or your board treasurer, I have to just have them double check. I think their tax quote might be off. It seems higher than it should be. I also think maybe the installation wouldn't be taxable. So just have them double check that in the contract. It's like a 12% tax rate, 12 or 13%. So I don't know. Seems
Okay.
high.
Well, it won't exceed this dollar amount.
Right, that's all. So I think what we would probably do is approve up to that amount, but maybe you can negotiate or double check that, have it corrected. Maybe you get an extra TV out of it. Or laptops. Yeah,
Oh, what'd you say?
it might be, but still, it's like 12%. That seems higher than any sales tax district I know of.
And just for clarification, this is for all, well, not the VRC, so all the 3 resource centers, correct?
Yeah.
And how soon will this installation take place after purchase?
Well, they've already contacted me wanting to schedule a date, but we had to wait for this board meeting.
Okay, so then I'd say
It should-
quickly,
yeah,
they should
it-
move
it-
quickly, okay?
Yes, and I've already been contacted by the resource centers as well, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
A second,
Oh, I second. I second.
okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Or any nays? I'll say nay. Any abstains? Okay. The ayes have it. And, oh, Chris, it's you again. Review and discussion and approval of purchase of AVRC staff laptops.
Okay, so a little history on this. We purchased 33 laptops for AVRC just as COVID hit. So we basically got what we could get. We've made upgrades to them, but they weren't very good laptops to begin with. Refresh cycle generally on laptops around IT is 3 to 4 years. Schools are a little bit longer, maybe 4 or 5, try and stretch them out. But because of the condition of which we had to purchase the laptops, they're a little slow. We basically got what we can out of them. So previous administration for AVRC came to me wanting to purchase 40 laptops for staff. Went out, got the quote, and once again, I did get leasing information as well, but it was decided to use ESSER funding on this too. So questions, there's a little history of why we need the laptops, but you guys asked me some questions.
Any questions or concerns? Okay,
The sales tax looks right on this one.
I will definitely double check that next time.
Okay, we'll need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any noes? Any abstains? And the ayes have it. And again, Chris, review and discussion and approval of interstate travel for an IT conference.
All right, so this is the IT department's annual conference. We do get a lot of benefits out of this conference. Some of the vendors that we've talked with that are going to be there are LastPass, ManageEngine, NinjaOne, Compliance Manager, CyberFox, CyberPower, CompTIA. These are vendors that we've had ongoing discussions with. Some of the vendors that are going to be there that we already deal with, PrinterLogic, Scale, and Chrome OS. This is the best bang for buck IT conference. Generally, you don't find an IT conference that's this well attended by sponsors and this cheap. So it's one that we like to go to each year. It's this one, and then there's a California one called Site. So coming to you because of board policy 4004-1.
Would you be open to presenting to the board after your conference?
Sure.
Any questions or concerns?
There's so many in a row. Yeah, you know, that's one more. I was thinking I was going to do all this in early July.
Oh, how many people are going on this IT conference trip?
It's just 2 of us this year.
2. Okay.
It's cold.
Yeah, Coleman's one of them.
How many people are in your department?
3 and 1 more pending.
Okay, so if there are no other questions or concerns, we'll need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the interstate travel for the IT conference. I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstains?
I'll abstain because I missed the conversation.
Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, and again, Chris Campbell, review and discussion and approval of student Chromebook refresh.
Okay, so this is a partial refresh. We are currently going into the 4th year of a 4-year refresh. We originally leased to purchase 3,000 Chromebooks. Over the course of the time of the contract, with COVID and everything like that, we've damaged, lost, mainly lost non-return Chromebooks. That's a discussion I've had with our fiscal department on what we could do in the future to cover those, but that's not a topic. So what I'd like to do this year, we've already handed out in just this week, we've handed out approximately 500 Chromebooks. We probably have another 200 in stock. And last year we handed out about 800 to 900 Chromebooks. I don't want to turn any students away or put any students on a wait list. So rather than wait till next year to do 3,000 next summer, 3,000 Chromebooks, rather do 500 now so we have a stopgap. So we don't run out of any Chromebooks, and then do 2,500 next summer as the full refresh. So we're just moving up a year on 500 Chromebooks.
On the Chromebooks, I appreciate that you have it spread out. I'm sure the fiscal department thanks you. Is there a reason why we're like not just getting it all taken care of right now so that we're prepared
So that we're prepared for
next year?
well,
So-
are you talking about purchasing all 3,000 right now?
Yeah,
Well, that wasn't a discussion that we had. It was more of a stopgap. But I mean, that's something I can bring back to you guys to do another 2,500. But that the plan is to get get the 2,500 total 3,000 before or at least get it approved before the end of classes this year, so that come August 1st next year, we're able to exchange them. We're already thinking of ideas of how we can do a proper exchange, but the thing is we wanted to have a bridge to get us from here to there without turning away students or putting students on wait lists.
any questions or concerns? Okay, we'll need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the student Chromebook refresh.
Second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any noes? Any abstains? The ayes have it. Thank you so much, Chris, for your presentations.
Thank you.
So we will move to item 14, information, discussion, action agenda. There's nothing to report out on the first item, review, discussion, and approval of lease renewal. The second item, there was the review, discussion, and approval of contract language. There was a change from 8 to 10. days on that contract. So we'll just need a motion to approve, or that was, right? A motion to approve? So motion to approve that.
I move to approve that contract with the change as noted.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? And the ayes have it. Now, for the third item. Oh, we already presented that, didn't we?
You just voted to approve the contract. This is for the appointment of the position itself. So that does still need to be
Okay.
presented and approved. And also you might want to revisit one. It was not clear if that was being tabled, removed from the agenda for addition at a later date.
So item 1, we do not have a lease ready to sign,
Yeah, so that item has been tabled
right?
for the next meeting. So the review, discussion and approval of appointment of interim executive director. We will need a motion to approve, Olivia Duran.
I move to approve.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstains? And the ayes have it. Congratulations,
Yeah, welcome,
Olivia
Olivia.
Duran, and welcome. We look forward to working with you. Okay, next item is item 15, items for next meeting.
We've got a finance committee to form to approve.
Yes.
I think we should also open up the strategic planning committee for potentially new board members or any board members, but a new formulation to that committee.
Mm. Sure.
We can try for the lease. It'll depend on the progress. I think we've been putting it as a matter of
Yeah,
optimism.
okay. Anybody else have anything to say about item 15, items for next meeting?
I think unaudited actuals.
Weren't there vacant officer positions that were going to be revisited?
Oh, yes, yes.
And also your
um,
finance committee?
Yes. I
Yes.
mentioned that.
So the finance committee, we have that, but we're also going to take a look at other board positions such as the secretary position. So that will be added as well.
And I'd like to say to the board that I'm honored to have been considered for the secretary position. My daughter's trainer just let me know this afternoon that she's going to start showing dressage, and she already barrel races. So it's just a huge monstrous commitment. Plus she's going to be competing for FFA at the local universities. And I just don't think that I can commit myself to the position the way that it should be committed to. So that's why I decided I better not do this. But I do thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. You would have been a wonderful addition, but we're glad that you're still here and that you're still, helping us out. Your input is valued. Okay, so item 16, confirm meeting place and time. It'll be AVRC at 4 o'clock. The next meeting date is
The calendar shows that.
September. Yeah. September 21st.
Is that changed? That was on the calendar. No?
What?
Does it need to be moved up? Before September 15th, okay.
Okay, so the meeting day will be changed. Excuse me.
Okay.
September 21st, and then we'll change it. Okay. Is everybody good? All right, meeting adjourned at exactly 8:30 PM. We did it, guys.